All right. It's time to end this case once and for all. Hello, everyone. My name is Gemini Stella. What's yours? And welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Last time, last time was all over the place. I was like, so many things got revealed. We found out the victim was actually Maya's mother. We found out that this whole murder was kind of planned out by Morgan Fay, who is Pearl's mom, and she manipulated Pearl again she manipulated her own daughter to pretty much set this whole thing up, unintentionally, obviously. See, she's just a 9-year-old girl. She doesn't know better. We found out that we also found out that Shield has two older sisters who were twins, and one of them is Iris, and the other is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, that's a lot to take in. We also found out that the staff that oh my god, what's her name? Our victim has a secret blade inside, so she was prepared. It's most likely the murder weapon, but who knows? Now we're possibly in the end game of this trial. We're in part 4 of the trial. Usually when a part 4 happens, that means the end. And so let's not waste any time. And that's my bad, my apologies. Let's not waste any time and jump right into it, baby. Let me just turn this off. There we go. Once again, shout out to Hyper Potion for the music. They make absolute bangers. I appreciate all of you for showing up for this, possibly the final stream for this game. It's been a long time. It's a long journey. It was a long journey, but it was mad fun. So let's not waste any time. Where is the audio? There we go. So now you hear that beautiful sound. Alright, let's not waste any time, baby. Let's get into it. Let's go. February 10 now. And also, by the way, my mic is like right here, so it's not the time. So I gotta get a little close to make sure I sound clear, or at least I hope I'm sounding really clear. I know my mic's not like the greatest quality. I'll get a better mic one day. Alright. Anyway, February 10, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defense Lobby number 1. Hello, Pearl. We're by ourselves, huh? What's going? Oh yeah, that's right. Maya is still locked in the secret cavern. She probably dead? I don't think so. Well, we don't know yet. Okay. Investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Yeah, and Iris right now is working on trying to get trying to break the locks in the training hall. She's a defendant, so she can't be at the inner temple right now. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor lobby. Edgeworth! Yeah. She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Oh yeah, we're going up against Godot now. Not Francisco von Karma. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, so I heard. I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, I figured. Then who? Who else would it be but Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove all those trick locks. With the head nun assistant, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. 3 hours?! Oh, everything continues to go smoothly. We received some good news now. Yeah, thanks. Probably Goda intends to nail this case shut today. Prepare to fight like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, okay, so this is the end. So this is gonna be the end. I can already see in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. That's interesting. Maybe you pass your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest to your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Man, it's so nice having Edgeworth, like, respect us in an equal footing, you know? It's really nice. Edgeworth has gone a long way as a character. I still don't have any answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye, that's her name, Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. That's Morgan Faye, Pearl's mom. I will solve them all and bring this tragedy to an end. Damn right we're gonna put this to an end. I got other games to play, man. Other games to play and other games to stream. Let's do this. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? Where are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a sneering fever and fainted. Wait, you tell me that's his little brother? They both went and became a judge. Okay, that's interesting. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Ha! My poor brother. He looked as bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh well, it feels natural this way anyway. God, I love his theme, man. It's so good. It fits him so well. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for all of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one way that remains a constant in this crazy world. And what's that, Godot? What is that? The bitter dark that lie at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... Oh, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. These are my confessions. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. I don't know. I guess I gotta be part two of my confession. Sorry. Sorry. But I like Usher, okay? That album is awesome. Anyway. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something you wanted to confess? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. No, don't. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. Oh, no. It's alright, what is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up. After the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated. What? Oh shit. The plot thickens. Open the court! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that is correct. Oh, that's not good for us. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Damn! What do you mean? Why didn't you tell me this? Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Yeah, shit your mug. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Yeah, that go down. So this is a confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. It was crumbled up and put and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic... Wow, she even says that. Wow, she even puts the mystic part. Mystic Maya Fei. Maya Fei. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming... Maya? Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Man could never do... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case will wind up going into this direction. Man, it's crazy. This is out of nowhere, out of the blue. The witness testimony, the real murderer. Let's hear this. Man, it's gonna be some bullshit. What? Don't worry, I got my note. Don't worry, I made sure I rewatched the entire case. Right, so I got most of the shit locked down in my mind. So I shouldn't be struggling. I shouldn't be struggling as much. You know, unless some unexpected shit, pops up. Anyway, I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body into the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Elise never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman, Dahlia. Iris even admitted. Iris admitted. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Cross-examination! The real murderer. Hold it! You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. That doesn't seem right. I mean, that doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Hold it! She moved in and delivered a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? Elise tried to stab her. Oh, also, you remember, it's over here. You remember, her staff, Miss Elise, had a sword in it. Right. Anyway, Elise tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye. Ugh. Yes, exactly. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with it? There is one thing. Come on, we gotta bring out the sap, you know what I'm saying? I told you, I have a small problem with the victim's testimony. You do? This witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, to the moment. It's my turn to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Man, you have no authority to do that. Okay, now, let's continue. Hold on, we gotta save. You know me, I gotta save. We gotta save. We got to save. But I'm pretty sure it's obvious. See, look at that. Look at that. I got this locked down. I'm prepared. I'm prepared. Here, this shit's not gonna go. This shit's not gonna go so easily. Yeah. Yeah. I said that wrong. I said that wrong. Hold on. I meant to say this shit is not gonna go. This shit's gonna go so smoothly. Anyway, there's something strange about your version of the events. Huh? Miss Elise throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Elise, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she would have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already has a beautiful blade in her hand already. Well, Miss Sister Elise, what do you have to say?
Objection!
Aw, man. Oh, it's a killjoy. That was an impressive bit of investigation, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden inside that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, thus quite ineffective in close quarter combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back his argument. Mr. Wright, there's another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise would never attempt to take his life. You know why? Because she's actually Misty Fey, her own mother. Miss Elise will never attack Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Deonymix. Her real name was Misty Fey. Mystic Misty Fey?
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise actually the great Mystic Fey? I mean, Mystic Missy? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Elise had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter. Oh my goodness. I should have not eaten that sandwich. Oh my goodness. It got me burping like crazy. I'm sorry. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecutor can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Yeah, we got him, baby. We got him. There's no reason.
Order in the court. Upon further hearing the testimony, the witness testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in the light of some facts that just have been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two both bowing to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's no doubt in this world that this is impossible. There's nothing in this world there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roast, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of coffee. 8 cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
That's a fact. That's too much caffeine. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And we discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. Do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, and you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Since I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Father, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Damn it. One step forward and then 2 steps back when it comes to going up against Godot. Cute girls never lie. That's a lot. That is some bullshit. That is a lie.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
What about about what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Witness testimony, the battle. Battle began. Mrs. Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Then she dodged Mrs. Elise's neck attack and stole her weapon. This looks weird. Yeah, suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Maya stabbed Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. She collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know. Something about this doesn't seem right. Yeah. You see what I see. I mean, I'm literally showing it to you. So, that makes no sense. She got stabbed in the front, but it was reported she got stabbed in the back. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it happened 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your
cross-examination. Cross-examination! The battle. I mean, it's kind of obvious here. Yes, dodge next attack, suddenly go on the defensive with her back on the. Well, that's. Have turn, flame. Let me save first. We gotta save first, you know what I'm saying? Let's see, back against the wall. And that's when Maya stabbed. Now, here's the question. Do I use this testimony? Do I use it on this one or this one? I'm I'm gonna say this one? Okay, that was the wrong one. Okay. I'll take that. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. That's an honest mistake. That's an honest mistake. So it should be this one then. Right? Okay, yeah, it was that one. It was that one. Okay. Okay. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, may have stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I would think so.
But according to this autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. I'm smooth it, baby. I'm big braining this shit right now.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Right? It's simple. People are like books. We all got a front and back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful stab, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claimed the victim was stabbed in the stomach?
There's certainly some inconsistency.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct bits of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Why do you need hear? How can you detect that with hearing?
Prosecutor Goda, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguity when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
By the way, did you know Hatsuakura has a rule that on that night when an Oculite is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone statue. Stone lantern, my bad. Oh my goodness. Yes, impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There couldn't have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the stat was drawn, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. And that right, Trite. Order! 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 Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Huh. A lantern from the inner temple. Remember, the writing there is Maya. Yeah. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Huh. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Maya, mystically didn't fall down right away. She must have written that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. But why was it upside down though?
That's the way it looks that way.
Hang on a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Can you not see the blood? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing on it. Now that I think about it, he said something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scribbled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then, let's move on. Goda is literally shaking. Somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I think he noticed something. I think because he couldn't see it. Let me see. I think because now he sees the blood in it, I think there's a contradiction because of the blood.
That Miss Elise was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? I need a drink. Make sure to stay hydrated, y'all. Make sure to get... Oh, man. Ooh. Man, how are y'all guys doing? Oh, you're doing well. You know, how you had I mean, and you know, it's October now, so you know it's that you know, horror season, you know, full of made of scares and terror and fear and stuff. I can't if you don't know me, I actually have a list of, I know this is random, but I know it's like coming out of nowhere, but every year I actually have a list of Halloween specials or Halloween or movies I watch every Halloween that I think are good enough to enjoy. You know, and I was, yesterday I was just doing, yesterday I was crossing out some of those lists from shows, and, you know, it's a lot of fun. I love it. Halloween's my favorite holiday. You didn't know. That's why I have that list, because I love Halloween so much. So, anyway, let's hear, we're all ears. Witness testimony, said the Iris cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusty Bridge. Then I carried the snowmobile. Wait, then I carried the snowmobile. I'm reading it wrong. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and use the Shito to alter the way the wound looks. I don't know about that.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I own a great deal to thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise was actually Misty Fae. I committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twisted fate. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose.
Something ain't right about that. Cross-examination. Oh my goodness. Jesus, I should have not eaten that sandwich. Oh shit. Cross-examination! Sister Reese cover. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Missing Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across, but that's a riddling old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to the Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Man. So that's why I try to take the body as far as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Okay. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back. That one feels suspicious. The snowmobile, I knew that will show us sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was questioned the other day. Should I ask for more details? I think it's the tracks? It should be the tracks, right? Should be the tracks. It should be the tracks. So if you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow.
Yes, naturally you expect tracks.
This printer was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. You think? But I only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
Then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important, because we got the weather data. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor! I like the statement... I like the statement I just made added to the testimony. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Now, let the snow business clear up, shall we? Wait, what? Oh, did I get on the wrong testimony? Shit. I thought it was that one. Is it? Oh. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing. I'm just trying to pin the murder on man. But why would she want to do that? There's one reason I can think of. Wait, then what is it then? It wasn't that. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It was that one? Really? That statement? Okay, because I was like, okay, we have to use the weather, because my process was, okay, we have to use the weather data, because that's what Phoenix is making it seem. I thought the statement really right after was that one, but apparently not, so I was like, okay, maybe I have to go backwards? So I thought, yeah, so I thought maybe I gotta go backwards, and it couldn't be the one we just, like, pressed on, so it had to be the one before, so I thought maybe the one before it? But I wasn't fully sure, so that's why I saved, because I was like, okay, if this is wrong, then I'll just reset on that one. Anyway, you claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Aris, that just isn't possible. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusty Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusty Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about that? It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order! 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 Yeah. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lie or not does not mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time, and you're telling me that now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection.
It is only human to, if you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way that she got across that burned out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defendant not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah, damn! This Goda really hitting the nail on the really hit the nails on us.
All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony one more time.
Oh, what about what, Your Honor?
You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. This will be your final testimony? Okay, cool. Witness testimony, moving the body. I've been walking over to the bridge. There's no way to move the body. So, I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? I know exactly what to use. I know. Oh my god! No way! Do not tell me. Do not tell me I have to use this sketch. No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the night after the incident. Oh my goodness, do not tell me. Oh. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, like she said, that thing is sturdy.
Clearly, it will be impossible to carry a course across. Clearly, it will be impossible to cross a course across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge added to the court record, taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. Maya will be accused of murder. I'm only going to say this one more time. It is only human to err. Only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final
Cross-examination. Cross-examination! Moving the body. Yeah, but the snow already stopped when the incident took place. I could have crossed the bridge, naturally. Naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body didn't make it across somehow. I come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across the burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. It's gotta be a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm good. I've gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm good as dead. Let me save. But I'm pretty sure I know what I have to do. I gotta use that fucking portrait. I can't believe this. Larry's dumb-ass portrait. Actually gonna help this case? It is! I'm done! This fucking game. Remember, Larry made a portrait of what he saw during the bridge, and he saw apparently Iris flying. Alright, and that's what the picture of this shows. A dead flying body over a burning bridge, huh? I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't check it out here. I gotta keep on the attack. Go on. Miss Elise, brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lawrence. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shacks in Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. It just looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm going to prove it. Ew. What the hell? What the hell? I just spit all over my mouth. How? Ugh. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Like the message. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense theory.
Oh, upside down. The photo is the drawing is upside down. So he didn't saw someone floating. He probably saw someone climbing. Oh, maybe not floating. He wasn't floating above the bridge, but maybe under, or possibly. I don't know what you said. Cause you remember, Larry in the image, he was looking upside down. So he must have drawn it upside down. So he must have drawn it when he was looking upside down. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's why he said that. I don't think whole Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes.
Alright, Phoenix.
Alright, let me save. Let me save. I feel it's gonna be that point and click thing. And I'm not good at those.
Alright, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drama is...
Nothing, events of nothing, exactly what happened. A complete contradiction. I believe it's a complete contradiction. Something honestly funny about this sketch.
I'm not an art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence stated that over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? This is getting interesting. Looks like you're... God damn, the sun! Looks like you're back at the finger pointing thing again. Okay, Shrike. So what exactly contradicts reality as we speak? What the hell did I click? What do I click on? What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't like these point and click shits. They throw me off because I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to click on. Okay, think back. What's in? Okay, so okay, let's think about this. Said the photo. I wish I could go to the court records. Okay, let's think about this. If the court record, okay, if I remember in the court records, not records. Remember in this photo, it's upside down. So they're not above the bridge, they're under the bridge. And what's under the bridge, and what these are the wires. And the wires are under the bridge to hold, keep the bridge steady. Correct? So this will, if that's another can, this will be right, and this will be left. Is this wire connected to the bridge?
The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Okay, I was on the right track. Okay, the show the reality is supposed to conflict with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch. It should be this.
Well, that's a photo of Dusky Bridge.
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But they're under. But on the actual Dusty Bridge,
Jumping.
the wires are below the guard wires.
Order! Order! This sketch is somehow different than what depicted in the photo. Somehow, isn't it lucky that the artist just saw it wrong?
Then he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No. With someone like Lawrence, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly's Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally lay down. But then lightning shot from the sky and set the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position. Ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in that time. Right. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh!
No way. Yes way, my friend. Lawrence witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Ooh. Ooh.
So then, this sketch is actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence's sketch is like this. Right. This is how it should actually look. The victim wasn't floating above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Objection.
Oh, of all things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burned into a crypt. There's no way to get across. But the body had been found at the inner chamber. It would have caused problems. This is where the criminals decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the cross to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get to it.
Objection.
Let's get this for a minute, shall we? Dusky is about 20 yards long, which means it's about far from the inner chamber to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 100 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The light strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then what? They didn't have to get the rope already. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give an explanation to your supported theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope to...
Ah! It's right there. I was like... I'm on a roll, baby. Anyway, the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in the front of the glorious beard.
Oh, this is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck, the bridge set on fire. One of the suspended bridge came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elisa's body. Wow, I did not expect that to be a visual. That's really cool. That's pretty freaking cool. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh my god. I should have not eaten that sandwich. That thing is really messing up my stomach. Well, I'm not feeling pain or anything. It's just like I'm burping a lot, and that's not my intention. Oh, man. Ooh. I'm on a roll, though. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. This is a great start. Anyway. There was simply no other way to move the body. Indeed. Huh.
Mr. Godot!
Stop chugging that damn thing.
It seems that Mr. Godot has more focus on his coffee than answering my question. It seemed that the odds of a rope being readily available was very high. So I suppose that is not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right, I wonder, can you prove what happened to us? Plus, do you have any evidence? Wait, do you have any actual evidence that the... Yeah. The body fell 10 feet after death! Before I present my evidence, let me hear what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can all see... it's the one that was in the front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let me consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map. If the body was pushed from this point here, it will drop on the opposite bank at approximately at this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What made you think of something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this. Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. Indeed.
10 feet?
Huh. That's most likely the height between the two sides. The body overshrunk due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Indeed. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this bloody stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came up amidst the leaf staff. Even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it already marked on this overhead map.
The crystal was found. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even thought about doing those two connected. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum was would arrive, it would have given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have proven us with a way the body could have been moved that night.
What was that sound?
An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
Oh, that's what that sound when he...
Mr. Wright?
Damn, I thought this cold calling might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark, bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
And what would that be?
That the aroma. Huh? What? Aroma. A coffee most reliable accomplished its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a little more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch him.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, trite?
Mr. Goda is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, do you know what you must do?
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. But we already know the accomplice. It's Iris, because she literally said she was an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who would the further never see the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
It had to be Iris. She literally said she was an accomplice. It can only be you, Sister Iris. And Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way you transport the body from Dusty Bridge is by the snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. Objection! I hadn't forgotten, but had you, Mr. Godot? This witness also said that this witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple. Desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurs, something you should have already known. No, I have no idea. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this?
You're saying this one isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... Oh, there's no one beside Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on man. The woman that's standing there in front of the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne! I never thought I had to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just wanted to say it's an honor for you to be here in your noble presence. Come on. Oh, yeah. We don't want to hear this again. Oh, that's a cool transition. But according to this,
Delilah Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this court.
What?
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead? What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the murder of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body.
Korean channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be held by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was... Well, if you're going to put things like that way, then yes! We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened? Naturally, it was no consequence. Oh. I was like, consistence. The only thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's already right. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were two irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner. Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means that the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Delilah Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Delilah Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that has been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yeah, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that that the iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Hey, what I say is not ridiculous. What you say is somewhat ridiculous. It's like your coffee addiction. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places?
Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness' identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Haizakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes ago, Iris' whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown?
What do you mean? I mean there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely and unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about
was Miles Edgeworth. Okay, this is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're talking about the earthquake incident. Was there not?
An earthquake?
Say hi, Trey, y'all. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in this right mind will consider the thought of channeling spirits.
Be quiet. It is her. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I have to ask again. Upon me, a beautiful lady always asks for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. The bitch. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. Oh, that angle! There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Should we continue? Oh shit. No, we're not ending here. No. I've been too good on the roll to end this right now. This is crazy. Hey, she finally revealed herself. A fucking bitch. Yo, I swear to God, I hate her. She is horrible. She is a horrible person. Sit.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we?
Ooh.
Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that we're and see that we're to learn the truth. We need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Witness testimony, the plan. The whole plan began with my death. A plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay will first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are.
Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? You don't give me that nonsense. Watch yourself, Tripe. You got a problem, solve it. You got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Sakura is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
Ooh. Oh shit!
Cross-examination. The plan. I was not explaining that. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss? Damn, they executed by hanging her? Damn. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with her? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet her.
I see. So that's where you discussed the plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her very own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the next master of Korean? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Missy, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by... You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had her high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who already had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
That's horrible.
How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaved all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have died, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Objection! But Pearl would have never agreed to a plan like that. She adored Maya. How sad. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? Pearl wanted nothing to do with it. What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. Only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel them. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ah, damn. Evil? Just evil. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin? On Sister Iris Hazakura Temple. She and I looked absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the hand nun Sister Bikini. I would never guess she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway.
Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was success? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd! Maya is she's just trapped inside a sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Finny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your Shivo novelties and your pathetic fame in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I had no choice, I had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedily desire. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me will help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. Oh, she did it because it will get to Phoenix, obviously. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. It's always because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born, and to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of. That's the only way I could have think of to get revenge. Revenge. It looked like I had no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I gotta keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay. It's Maya from the case from the first episode. That's the only type of revenge I can think of, unless it's Phoenix. It was your actual goal, had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Maya Fey. Somehow I knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain as she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. The reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Maya had already died? Yes, and I realized there is only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how did you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I want to take away the person that Maya Fey loved most. I want to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Maya Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would have killed Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a crucial plan. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I already told you, there's nothing you can do to me. That night, about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon ward hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise who channeled her after all. But why would Misty Fey channel her? That ridiculously Hedna never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and I got from the storeroom and so then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. I think I was. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Mayfair must have stabbed me, I'm sure. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a pitchfork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stopped.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I let you know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya was dead. But I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came in the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearl, yeah, we did see them. Pearl went there to cover the hanging scroll by engraving. That's true. Yeah, still I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been finished and the police had started to their investigation correctly. Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's chorus as I had hoped. And just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Oh shit! I have finally learned exactly what happened. It was then that so the one we were talking to and did the Mangatama on was actually her. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually was It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would assume that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person who had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book Arthur.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying in there. Maya Fay was able to kill her with my own hands after all. And even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Metricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! Hell! This is crazy.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who killed Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could have been.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle's River. Where else? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle's River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So what do you have to say now, Benny? Oh boy. What? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's a... Yo, he has his own theme as his ringtone. What the hell? Get out here. Okay, thanks.
Whoa, was there something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. Damn! That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Elise. Sister Iris. Don't look so surprised. Damn it. Oh. Right. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Oh.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appeared the killer of Elise, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she has done, Maya jumped in her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Huh. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you annihilate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the East Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted, Trent. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. Impossible. Ah! Cliffside! 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 Alright, she wouldn't be able to fall from the river. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River because of the cliffside.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hunter claimed Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to explain? The temple map! It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What do you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right!
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she would be able to see her body. We would be able to see her body in the photo. Huh. So you finally figured it out. You. No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya's fake body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could have possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you annihilate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey went inside the secret cavern. Even now, we now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That annihilates all the remaining possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What else is she possibly? What is this one possibility are you talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Fine, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living had no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is at this very instance? Oh, I get it now! The only person who could ever channel her is Maya herself! So they have to be in this very courtroom! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
Maya is here? You say she's in my courtroom?
She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne, you seem to recall. I seem that you recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little Chevron runt. No, you're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed to challenge someone. This is the first time it happened. Yeah, the only other way is that someone else was channeling her. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who could call you before she could. It was none other than Maya Fay. This is an easy one. Pearl couldn't do it. Missy is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne! The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fay! What? Yeah!
But how can that be?
Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fay.
Yes, that's right. If Maya Fay channeled someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what will happen?
Would it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path back to Hazakura was closed off. There was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where will be the safest place to hide? Ah, you mean that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearl. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya hiding place was you. No. Don't say that. Oh man, ugh. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little wimp? May have killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagles River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could have disappeared from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. No, she could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Maya! Maya Fay? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Shit! So it's true, it was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair! It's Pearl, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did?
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Eh? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible. And lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Oh.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by somebody else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't probably understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother's, Morgan Fey's, instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure added to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on $2 million diamond, but after Terry Fox escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. Yes, it was, bitch! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you try to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you will end up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, good, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Now this, and now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Maya Fey, Maya Fey, Maya Fey, Maya Fey. You spinter. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If all you had gotten, if all you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. From all eternity, you have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win in anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Said the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burned to a crisp. It's poetic justice, baby. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Ooh. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. What's happening? What's happening? Sis. Nick, sis. Oh, yeah. She probably was exhausted from that. Yeah, I won't be surprised. She's probably really exhausted from that.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the Secret Cavern.
I must say, you and your Twister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally cleared up. Mr. Kodan, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
You asked me, Your Honor. It looks like she went back to hell she came.
Yeah, back to the depths of hell where you came, bitch! It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey as well as the young Pearl Fey were also victims of this wicked, selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of the Medium's Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempts were made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, My younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year issue of Occult?
It seems quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all times, I have finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to finally understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. That's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh no. It's not over? It's all over already. You're a little too fast with that gravel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial isn't over yet. What? That's what he means. What?
Right.
Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up wind in front of the stone lantern. When I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and it's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. It isn't over. All right. Unless someone else found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves otherwise. That proves her innocence. No way.
But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecutor is ready to call out our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed?
Is it alright? Is it alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it is, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't be. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Yes, Trent. Hey, Trent, I got something to say to you. Now listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeeze by without even a fate of understanding of the case. Some beautiful women always seem to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this all by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Oh my god. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna go get some water because I'm out and I need to take a step back. Holy crap! Okay, okay. I'm back with some water. Stay hydrated, y'all. You know, cause I need to clear my damn throat. Damn. Let's continue. This is crazy. What a crazy turn of events. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and I didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There was something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly at the last minute. I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up That was the case that wounded Maya so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes, two defense attorneys, Maya Fey and Diogo Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia tried to kill the person who had ultimately hid the Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had ultimately hid the poison from her. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. After around 10:30, I received a phone call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and head for the inner temple, but that's when lightning struck. The path of the internet was cut right off. Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Miss Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichi Shito. I wiped the blood off the staff. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the beginning. Phoenix. Maya. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise really was? Yes. I went to the medical room and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that out. I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. Real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by the pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Maya. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Fang? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me all by myself. Well, I ain't got a clue. To be continued. Damn, there's a part. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Damn. (4-3). Oh my god. This is crazy. It's 3:36 p.m. What time did we start? I think it was like 10. God damn, this thing has been going on for 5 hours.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the result of the test we had performed earlier.
The test from the night.
Yes, test on the bloody dagger that was found struck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that may have used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Whether the victim's blood or, due to the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can certainly say. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then who was it? Dagger found in the pine tree in the inner. The blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will now show firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the victim is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Sorry, I don't know why, I'm feeling itchy.
Very well, please bring in the last witness.
Bring in Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fay, my profession is, I'm an assistant manager of Wrights & Co. Law Office.
Man, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh man, the pain the Fae Ballin caused must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the amount of Miss Elise murder. Is this correct?
Objection!
I seen. Straighten up this issue, young lady. Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? I've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. Witness testimony at the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed all over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Something warm?
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was especially a good night for a young lady to be walking around alone.
It seems it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimonies alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your
cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look very well at all. Cross-examination at the inner temple. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry. I just can't remember. Maya really is having a hard time. What should I do? Leave her alone. It's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Huh. So it looks like you even got some compassion.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by at least Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue your testimony. What happened after you were struck in the head?
Afterward, my attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around my mind at the time.
Well, now this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around your mind? Oh, my name is Maya Fei. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but it's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Ooh. Oh man, I actually felt that one. Holy crap. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was complete rank. It was dark, I couldn't see my attacker. It was a man, a woman, an adult, a child. I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I think this person might attack me, so I anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed and I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, sounds like a poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press further more details. What's this last hope thing? What's that? Wait a minute, man. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? So you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. You testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Well, you know, that's like when you oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well right up here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What do you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's why I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in the center.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? Use this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, you say?
Hold on, but the lantern wasn't lighted up. There's always light when an Arclight is in their training. Yeah, but the... Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns? So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Sorry, Maya, but that's a testimony. That's a contradiction. Right here. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's a killer. He stabbed her from behind. He is the one who killed Elise, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya. Hey, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor. To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this!
Add a appearance of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee, sir. That is the state of the witness mind right now. A cup of cafe du latte.
Cafe? Is that even illegal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's hard to understand what you would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there was truly no light in the garden, then there is a fatal contradiction in the witness' last bit of testimony. May I recall the witness statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know it was a man or a woman or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person... Wait, the witness could describe a person that was attacking behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that that man actually saw our mysterious person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her attacker. No!
Indeed. Oh, what in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer behind pitch black condition?
Objection.
Shrek, do you have any idea what you're pursuing? Hey, how could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. May, did you see the killer? May, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw on from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. You took a good game, Trey, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered his long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Kinda show us what you got. Who was the person that Miss Face...
Yes. It was Miles Edgeworth! Nah, I'm joking. That wouldn't make any sense. Who would it be? Okay, let's recall. Who would it be? Miss Elise. Then there was Dahlia. Then there was Iris. There was Bikini. It couldn't be Bikini because she left. It couldn't even be Iris because she was in the house. It can't be Francisca, because Francisca, you know, was, you know, not out of the country. It can't be Larry, obviously. It can't be Larry, because Larry is stupid. He's dumb. He wouldn't be able to pull something like this off. It can't be Gumshoe. It can't be Maya. It can't be Morgan. She's in the prison. Who the fuck could it be? It can't be Pearl. She's a small young little girl. Who could it be? No way! No way it's Godot! But wait, it could be Godot. That will explain some things. That will explain some gaps. Okay, he's a man. That's a man. He's a man and hold on. Hold on. And he's wearing that thing. It could light on the dark. Could it? And he has white hair too, so that could also help. I don't know. What else? Oh my god, could it actually be Godot? That would explain why he wasn't in the court case when we played Miles. When we played Miles Edgeworth. And it got replaced by Francisca. Also, because the whole time we were like, where the hell you been the whole time? bucket. It makes sense. The gap of where he was could fill this in.
Take that!
It really was going on. Holy shit. Holy shit. It really was going on. What the hell? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see it for itself how this is possible.
Yes. What? I mean, what? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Oh, but it can't be.
Huh. It really was Goda. That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite. Whoa. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Goda, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hearing yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, man, how about it? How about you? What you saw that night? It was 3 glowing red lights.
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a total different reason.
What? Witness, Mr. Wright.
Stop your chatting, Your Honor.
Chatting?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's my one rule.
All right. Well then, let's continue the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until now after I woke up, but... Witness testimony, the killer! I can't believe this. This is crazy. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was just a man. What? In a temple that only had 2 women in it.
So it was after the crime took place after the witness came to think that... So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It is, as Mr. Goda says, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you will be a little confused. Also, you consider the situation you described. It does seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
The killer.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tampered with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough to confess. confidence. I think I need to get him some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit and the Bible was gone. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably let them. The killer probably let them. The killer probably let them said it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, and that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple man.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
There's always one thing I can think of. There's only one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed on the snow? Yes. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount.
That's true. I could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Really? So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier, you clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by the pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Let's go back to this. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding... I felt the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
What? Hiding for you?
Everyone knew that I was the one at the inner temple that night. If Senator King had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought of it. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an impossible piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood had been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
I suppose that's true.
Yeah, if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems. If a real identity had come out right then, it would have been trouble. The master of Korean killed by her own daughter. I don't think anyone would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Caleb went through all that trouble. Indeed, he did. Okay, how do I... It has to be this. Oh! You remember what happened? You remember? Okay, hold on. Remember this? You remember what Godot said? He said he couldn't see it. Yeah, you remember what he said? He said he couldn't see the blood. But he was caught off guard. So it has to be this. Yes! Yes! Yeah, the body of Elise was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspected was covered in blood and was scooped up and removed. It was reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true culprit and the true crime scene. However, there was still one matter that seemed somewhat odd. Oh? What would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godon. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, you're right. But remember, if it is Godot, then Godot did see the blood. Because remember, early on, he was caught off guard.
Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the incriminating thing off of all the bloody writing. If that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Because you couldn't see it. But it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. I know the reason.
Let me hear your opinion. What did the killer leave the message for?
The killer wrote it. The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred. If that's the case, why they would have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must have been they didn't notice it. That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right, there is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident. One who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
Who would that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Godot! Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern?
There's something written on it. Yeah. Written in blood. Nonsense. Lantern was clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit there was a certain color you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Trebian. This is the apron the life that was wearing. Somehow spilled coffee on it. But he didn't notice the blood. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why had you not explained the blood stain in the court?
Blood stain?
What blood stain?
Don't play games, Brother Guru. The blood stain.
He can't see red. You can see the coffee on the apron. And that's why the entire, the surrounding snow, that explains why the surrounding of the lantern is digged up instead of that specific spot. Because you couldn't tell, so you just say the proximity of where it could be. But you couldn't see ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder why I am the only one that can't see.
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it till now, but I just can't believe it. Project Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally excuse you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise, also known as Missy Faye.
It's hard to believe this may be the truth. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like my name that's written here. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did this killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the spilling snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why did he just take that area? Ah, could it be?
The killer could have seen red blood that had seeped into the snow. So, he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be so sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? No, because it was lit later on, not a chance. The torches were all lit. You would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Oh my god.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya, you can't testify something like that. Why? What do you mean? I mean, I look at... oh. Okay. But the murder happened. You didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Goda no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite.
Very well, let's hear this witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Here we go. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling. My spirit left me, as it were. My little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Witness testimony after the incident. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around. She couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in a separate prep room. That's when Mr. Goda arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's way more honest. She's way more of an honest person than I'll ever be. She's real smart, man. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecutor has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot?
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objection.
This is hardly unusual, but... well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. Cross-examination! After the incident. Hold it! Take that! Where do you think Pearly slept that night? In the spare... Actually, I don't know why I went to the first one. I usually skip the first one. Why didn't she go to first? It seemed the Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spirit training I was about to go under was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise. The next morning, she couldn't find her. She served the entire inner temple aside. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She said that she even went back and forth several times. She has two structures, the training hall and separate prep room. Then there's also a storage shack, I think about it. There was a storage shack too, huh? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she really have examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she was staying in the prep room. if it was me, I at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Well, brother said she was sleeping all of that time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling the trick block. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? It was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please say your question for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights, even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I don't think I'd pass. So he had never visited Hasakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After visiting the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes. Then Mr. Godot found Pearly first and cheered her up, and cheered her right up. Cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said she was very. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on in Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation on my own, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down a verdict in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix Wright style. Pearl cheering up, Godot's investigation. I mean, that's what I would choose. You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speaking for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training. Beauty? Missy Faye, naturally. Clad in stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by hues and an aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
From what you... So from here you headed for the prep room.
Wait a second, what did Godot just say now? I think I just found... Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise. Oh, okay. My suspicion was right. I was like, I feel like I have to use the poster because when you mentioned the gravy. Hey, Mr. God, the first time you crossed Dusty Bridge, you went into the Inner Temple. I was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip up. The hanging scroll in the trading hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gona, right? Mr. Gona is right. That scroll show the picture of my mother. Man, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the trading hall looked like this.
What's that wonderful, delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really had seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Missy Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. That's a crest. Here. That's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could have guessed it was a picture of Misty Faye on it.
True, but Mr. Gona described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hues and aroma of Western taste. Yeah, it's probably he knew that the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Oh, you remembered what Pearl said? Pearl said that when she found the empty instruction paper, when she found the burnt letter, she said that, yes, it even said right here, open once before. It said it was open once. Yeah, she even said, like, when she found it, it was already open. Goda. And remember, Goda was doing a lot of deep research on Dahlia. He probably could have figured out that she was related to Morgan Faye and probably did an investigation on her. And eventually, probably maybe one day he visited Korean Village and he found that letter and planned out a stakeout until the plan became unfold. Can I ask you just one little thing, Mr. Shrite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on certain assumptions. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Goda knew about the plan. Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye altered the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearl found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer... Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearl ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was about to take. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. So, and you insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. But the Dakota couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one chance to find out.
And when was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in or out. For example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Mr. Godot, you're under fire again!
This murder could have been carried out without proper knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit when he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plan, he hid in an inner temple, waiting for the crime to occur. Then he only took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of a crime, of this crime, I have to ask you why I do this. Why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue I am what you see. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. No.
The killer behavior is certainly extreme, for a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness' life. His behavior is still little too unnatural.
However, you have a good reason, didn't you, Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at any cost. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason. Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lied at the very center of this whole story. The one person that ties you to that you and Maya Fey together indistinguishably. Maya Fey! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Maya Fey's only sister. Maya Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second. Mr. Godat is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godat. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Yeah, we're right. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this relates to a single case. A case in which a conflict named Terry Flawless killed himself. Maya Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demon, a demoness in disguise. But in the end, Maya couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Maya worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Flawless killed himself. Yeah, remember, he was mad. Maya, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her client, that poor sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Maya and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspaper at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official report has ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. One morning, my eyes flew open from the shell of a doctor's coffee cup.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news I was awaited for. Maya Faye was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I have already lost everything I had thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. He loved her. And the woman I loved, I have been sentenced to death.
The woman you love?
The one who spiked that scaly hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's sad. Damn, that's really sad. For someone like me, for someone who has slipped away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those two reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were those two reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Maya Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who could. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only one that could make up for the sin of not saving Maya. 1 year ago, when the Korean incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My whole role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would never have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She's been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong tie between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Pearl did say something about that. Bikini did say something about that. Yes, she did. She said that the Master Korean had a great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still had a great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Wow! Don't ever forget. No matter how far away she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always? That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized at then how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if she meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearls, what are you going to do? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the one thing we were afraid of. That's why Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Harthor into her own body.
What do you mean?
She couldn't channel the spirit first. Then Pearl wouldn't be able to do it herself. Ah, that's why Missy Faye didn't channel her. I was like, why would she do that? It's like, that's why. It was all planned out. But it didn't, well, the plan didn't go all the way through. As Master of Kareen, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Harthor so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Wow. Is this true? My role in the plan was going to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner... That's why I hid myself in the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Hold it. Anyway. That's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one remaining question, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There's only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and sad to say, Mr. Godot.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect me. To protect Maya and me too. Maya, I know that. But even so, it doesn't absolve of his crimes. No, it does not. Oh, excuse me. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is your final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's end this once and for all.
Alright, young lady, tell us about the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Witness test. Okay, hold. Reconnection. Okay, I got disconnected, but I got reconnected. I hope everything's good for y'all. I thought I had help, but just then, when I was splattering with the blood, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the. But she wasn't dead though. No, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, red lights went out. The red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Huh. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you can still it looks like you still can't prove it. May is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final
Cross-examination of the witness. Cross-examination! The time of the murder! Struck back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. Well, you're right. I didn't see exactly. I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. Also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one night. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I just couldn't make out their shadows moving in darkness, but I had no idea what to do. But you see the red lights as you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from God's mask. Then they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Or maybe those little lights, pinhead looking lights, just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the lights went? Do you mean when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then was Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
Then it had to be Goda.
So then the scream came from the killer.
That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
Then the killer let out a scream of pain?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seemed to make sense to me.
It sounds like there's a reason. There's a contradiction. There's the dagger. There's the dagger. Remember the dagger? It wasn't the victim's blood. But that, for saying, would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, then my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she said before? Or she said she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said that she saw that she had already been splattered by victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already struck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then why don't you just keep us? Don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one way I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could have been used to strike back at the killer? Take that! The dagger! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
That's right! I forgot about that.
The dagger was found at the crime scene and stuck into the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream does not mean that he would have wounded him. He was wounded. For all we know, the blood was on the dagger could have been from the victim. No. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis on the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Dakota, it will prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright.
Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Not yet. Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific result. No, he got a trick up his sleeve. Let me ask you something, Trent. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the only one who brought this dagger here to the courtyard.
Yes, what does that mean?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off, then painted another person's blood on it. Oh, go down. Did you forget one thing? You can't see red! That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
In any event, it seemed to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, plead your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer? That's right. But if the killer really had been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them. Right? Man. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solves the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone was on the inner temple side and got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple. Mr. Goda was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes. Damn it. Oh, damn, man. That was actually smart. What the fuck? Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone brought a change of clothes?
Did it just take smart pills during the last recess? Probably. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't be able to get any blood on him. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets there? You know how cold it gets there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'll be frozen solid. So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if my favorite were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If my favorite were here. So come on, Trite, you could do it or not. Hey, do it or not?
How about, Mr. Wright? You accuse me of going to being a killer? Can you prove it again? Have you even got one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove that the only choice I have. I was taught that I was taught that it was one of the roles of being a lawyer. You know, I really should save. It's been a hot minute since I saved. So I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, it's been a real hot minute. I was like, wait, hold up. I was like, I didn't just thought right now, like, wait, when I save, I should probably save. I'm gonna bury your magnificent vengeance of fortitude just as you want. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then. Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got.
There's one thing I demonstrate in this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood of the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothes.
There's one place the killer could have hidden.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last chance. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there's no blood stain on his clothes. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, trite. Let's hear what you got. Where located where you say the killer? On your freaking mask, boy! I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do need to know is that you'll never be the half lawyer she was. Isn't that right, trite? What was that just now? Maya? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went off flying off your face. Mr. Grona, would you mind removing your mask? Do you have a dagger wound underneath there somewhere? Then I say this whole case is solved. Boom. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Maya die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godon? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Figured.
Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Maya. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Maya's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I thought I was just trying to salvage what left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Maya, nothing more. That's why I let you walk into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Missy Faye or even that little girl. But I still picked up the sword. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on. I'm not sure what was going on my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who has stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply desire for revenge? And now, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today. I finally realized that I was among arrogance. But I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in court. You were the only one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Maya's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goda. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando? I believed in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh my god. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando? You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
It really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risks and I was willing to cooperate anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even so, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria on this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. So, wait, so Iris was disguised as Dahlia. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne was actually my sister. Wasn't actually my sister. Oh, it wasn't Dahlia? It was her. Hope one day you can forgive me. Fanny? You? You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
What a twist! But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as possible. As soon as possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you, my sister, from the very beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at any moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time she had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. She would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Harton was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Damn, I felt that. Oh, damn, I felt that. What the fuck? Oh my god. Damn. Bro. Yo, I really felt that from a... Yo, what the fuck? Oh, shit. What the fuck? That actually... Oh my god. How many cups of how many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I ever had. Don't you think so, Mr. Wright? I mean, Phoenix Wright. Hey. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise. At some point, I expected you will be tried for your role as an accomplice for this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Oh wait, hold on. Court is now adjourned. Oh man, we don't get like a cheer or anything? Okay. It's 4:51 p.m. Oh my god. So I get this all over. The way everything ended. Oh man. That's good. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by his own hands. By my own hands. Of course, justice was served. Maya! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diogo. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could have ever hoped to be. There's nothing more you can do. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Maya, you accomplished something I wasn't capable of. You accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Maya, I'm sure we'll meet again someday,
Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and I've seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produces one possible answer. Man. I guess it's just like my sis said. Maya, what did she say? That night when I channeled Maya to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, Nick, cut it out. Come out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother's murder. Youch! Francisca! Still as salty as always, Phoenix Wright. Edgeworth! Excellent work, Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. You guys know what filled her on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually helping me out. You? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gone anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell on the river and caught a catching cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Ooh, ouch. Talking about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Oh, Larry. There's some room for me in this group hug, is there? Larry? What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? Yeah, you're asking me. Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. Alright, hold on. It's probably one of those moments where you're gonna have to put out evidence for answering this question. Yeah, of course! I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone. It scared the shit out of me. Oh no. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The portrait of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Oh. Hey, Pearly. Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you were wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appeared, and I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be strong as she can. What do you mean by now exactly is the time? Maya was the only one who was badly wounded by the incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it was for that person that Maya was trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Oh, Pearl. I think I'm starting to understand too. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya's being strong for? Take that! Pearl Faye. The poor girl. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. She shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya's Faye's mother was killed. Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that is exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Gumshoe! Gumshoe was gone for a hot minute. Oh hey, is this where you were all... Y'all were? Oh man, I didn't get to read that, I was looking away. What was that for? Sorry about that, Scuffy. My wit just seemed to have a mind of its own. Oh yeah, sure. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win! And let's go out dinner. Let's go out tonight dinner, pal. Dinner's on me. I saw it just sort of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservation at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah, pretty good work, Scuffy. That whip was your reward. Lieutenant Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Oh, très bien, where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? What do I do? Probably, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. So no one heard from her. But no one's heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen on you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? What about you? Me and I we'll join you guys once we find Pearl. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll be there. We have a lot of celebration to do tonight. And I wouldn't mind it for the world. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, man. There's one place I think of that Pearl might have gone to. Oh, Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? For Pearl, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where the whole incident started. What's this? We're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini! I thought you'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So, she's here. Pearly's here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly is not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. She cleaned. Oh, it's cleaned. Did she clean it? Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearl's. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why do you just leave like that? Mystic Maya? Aww. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault, missing Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always my thoughts. It's true she'll always be with me until I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with you until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm of until the day you die. That's the master talisman. The thing that Missy kept by her heart and will never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo. Sorry, I spaced out. My bad. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is what we fight for ourselves, for others. But do you fight? But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are consistently challenged by that question. Aww. They also broke in the freaking. They also broke in the vase or vase. Even when the battle is over, the bond that connects us are severed. We always return time and time again. Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start. Since the beginning, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, I won't go easy on... I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three for when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and I probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, Nick, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train and ride alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Senator Bikini will be taking special care for you. Huh? Huh? That'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special training course naturally. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mr. Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coal. A nice big meal before we come next to each other, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! Yeah. That's it! It's over! We did it! The game is over! Woo! I only have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager are right in co. I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked on or captured or something like that, hopefully. I know, I'm very aware of the meme, you know, of like, oh, Maya gets like accused for like everything. I've heard of that meme so many times. So it's true, that really is Mr. Hayes' name. We went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a special reservation. Man, this game was awesome. It was so good to come back to. Hey, Ghost, you got a new shirt. Megan brought me a brand new color as a present, pal. Feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, scrubby overcoat is just more detective-like. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. I hope things go well for those two. Oh my god, I got so many notifications on my phone. Hey! Hey, Andrew! Oh, Mr. Wright, I was once again in your debt. Thank you, the treasure of Korean in heaven has a great success. Hey, I got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen for years. She taught me how to use a whip. She said that I must show you what I've learned. No, do not! Oh, Ron, Desi and I started a company called Masquerade Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the crime. Armello's, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals. Kind of style. Whatever, that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. What the hell? How the hell you gonna sell plans? Oh, her. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500 and a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through compromise. Man. I'm just all in the way. Wickedy and grumpy. Ugh, the worst fucking kudo. The worst witness ever. Hated this motherfucker. Oh, her. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Gun Egan. His name is Adam Mutta. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits were aligned perfectly. I don't know if that's a reference to something. Is that like one of the developers? My, more reporters. So the murder, we made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazine, like us, because of us, provides such a nice visual. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. How long is Iris gonna be in prison? That's so cute that she actually was falling in love for Phoenix. Oh! You turned into such a respectable man, Fanny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you consistently had your eye on me, but I was kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh, Pearly. Objection! Ben Grom Judd.
Objection!
Sion King as Miles Edgeworth.
Objection!
Objection! Christina Catano. Flick that hair.
Objection!
Godot. Or James C. Wilson.
Objection!
Francisca Von Karma. Janet Hasut. Man. I forgot about this guy. Winston Payne. Oh no! Not her! Oh, bag! I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. I hate this bitch so much. Oh my god. Maybe that's not as bad as Dahlia, but she is so bad in her own way. God damn, she just keeps talking. Like, shut up, girl. Damn. Francisca. I would have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm a loser after all. I'm not a loser after all. Uh-huh. Sure you are. Oh, man. Hey, that's awesome. That's a good portrait. Oh, that's dope. Okay, that's really cool. I was probably didn't show Godot. Bridge to the turnabout. A lawyer who only cries once. Oh, clear all of Ace Attorney. Clear all the trilogy. Okay. That's it. We're done. Wow. Man. Fantastic. I'm finally done with the trilogy, man. I know, don't worry, this won't be the last time we get into Phoenix Wright. I know there's also the great Ace Attorney Chronicles game. I don't have that yet, but recently, if you're not aware, Capcom announced Apollo Justice, the Phoenix Wright Apollo Justice, I think it's just called Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Where it has the next 3 games in it with updated visuals, I think revitalized, voice acting, and I think like more voice acting. There's actually gonna be voice acting in the game. I'm pretty sure. But that doesn't come out for a while. It comes out like next year. Like it comes out like I think in February next year. Like we're not that far early next year, but it's gonna take a hot minute. So just know this won't be the last time we jump into the Phoenix Wright, the Ace Attorney franchise. But man, this was great. I can now see why the 3rd game is the best one in the series. It's considered one of the best ones in the series. I can definitely see why. There's so much good stuff in that 3rd game. Trial of Tribulation has so many things. Oh my god. And this was by far the best final case out of all the Ace Attorney games, at least in this trilogy. Because this was amazing. Hands down, great job. So, but unfortunately this is the end of the series, which means we're gonna jump into another game. What that is, I'm not entirely sure. I'm kinda going from 2. I don't want to exactly tell you which one, but just know I hope that all of you will be there when I jump into it. So let me just get over here. All right. With that being said, all you guys, hold on. All right, there we go. All right. With that being said, all right, that's feeling much better. All right, with that being said, all you guys had a wonderful time. And thank you so much for joining. Hope you had a wonderful time. I know I did, definitely. Right? And I just want to make sure to remind you, don't forget to love each other, don't forget to respect each other, and I hope each and every one of you have a damn good one. Bye!